Hello and good morning, everyone. You're welcome to today's study workspace, and we are starting now. So today I'm going to be doing 5 hours. If you are in England, you know how hot it is today. So I wish you a very comfortable work time today. So if you are joining us, please make sure that you are with your drinking water. Please be hydrated as much as you can. Drink as much water as you can, and make sure that you are safe from the sun and the heat. That is very, very important. So if you are joining us today, make sure that you are there with your priority task, and let's see how much you achieve before it's 3 p.m. because I'll be ending at 3 p.m. today. So it will still be going 50-10. That's 50 minutes of deep work time and 10 minutes of mindful break. That is how we'll go it today. So if you are joining us, let's focus. Let's be, should I say, pay our attention to what matters today. So during the break, we're also going to be doing the memory exercises and how to improve our memory. So if your aim is to improve your thinking, if your aim is to improve how deep you think, how much information you hold, and to reduce forgetfulness, then join us during break here, and we'll be doing the exercises that will help you hold more information. We'll teach you how to encode, we'll teach you how to store the information in your brain. This is not computer, I mean, for those that wants to improve themselves, and how to retrieve information faster. And those are the foundation of your productivity. They are very important. So for you to be productive, I will encourage you try as much as possible to put the basics down first. And one of those is eating very well. You need to eat the right food, you need to eat well. And secondly, you need to sleep, you need to rest. For me, sleep is is big. Yeah, so you need to sleep, you need to rest, you need to eat well. And for your workspace, you will need to take care of it. It will need to be tidy, it will need to be arranged as much as you can, and reduce a cluster on your table. If you are a researcher, that helps. It helps you feel focused, and remember that your attention is the currency, is the that's the most scarce resource that we have now. So pay attention to things that matters, is the price you pay. So pay it to things that will improve you. So we are going to be starting now. We'll be going on break every 50 minutes on top of the hour, which means the first break will be happening 10:50. The second one will be happening 11:50, then 12:50, 13, that's 1:50. 2:50, and the last time today will be 3. So I'll be ending it at that time, and I will encourage you to try as much as possible to take care of your environment. It's quite hot here. I don't know where you are. Take care of your environment. Make sure that the temperature is comfortable, because without the comfort of the temperature, the surrounding, then you find it hard to be productive. So try as much as possible. You can see the fan that is blowing here. So for me, that's the one I'm using now. I want to see how it works, and yeah, that's good. So I will encourage you to focus and reduce every distraction during the deep work time. If you are joining us, reduce every notification. You can just put the notification off. And during the break time, make sure that you are present in your break. That is very, very important to us. If you have left your home to your workplace, or you are working from home, I want you to schedule your rest, because rest is a part of productivity. Rest is part of the work you are doing. If you are not resting, then your ability to make decision will be, should I say, to slow down. You won't be able to think deeper like you ought to, and you see yourself forgetting more than you are learning. So rest is very, very important. Take your rest serious, and you will ask, when is the best time to rest? The best time to rest is not when you are tired. The best time to rest is when you choose to rest. So make sure you take intentional breaks. One thing is that your body is going to take break whether you like it or not. Your mind is going to take break whether you like it or not. But the difference is that if it takes breaks on its own, you might see yourself making mistakes, low-level mistakes that you ought not to make. But if you take intentional breaks, you see yourself on top of your game. On top of your game, it's just like the production curve. Before it goes down, you are topping it up. So you are resting to be at the same spot, which means you'll be more efficient. Let's use that economics term. You'll be more efficient if you take short breaks in between tasks. So try it and see how it works. You can join us here, and we'll be doing 5 hours today. You'll see if you take short breaks, it will be as if you weren't really working, because the stress level will be very low, and you see yourself being more productive. So we are here every Wednesday and Thursday, unless I say so, because there will be times that I'll be traveling. Sometimes I'll be going for conferences, for workshop. Then I will let you know that I wouldn't be here. But try as much as possible to take breaks in between tasks. task. Don't just go on and think that makes you productive. No, it takes a wise man to know that break and rest is important. And try to let your colleagues know that your break time is not a time for you to help them with what they could not finish. It is a time that is very important to your brain. It's a time that is very important to you. And I will tell you why during the break time, and it's a very big reason. So let's go now and see how much you achieve before it's 10:50. And welcome to everyone that has joined. Yeah, so it's break time now. It's time for us to stretch. It's time for us to chat. If you're there, if you joined us today, so you can do and tap and invite others and support us in a way, in any way you can. Sharing, tapping, those are the ways that we want you to support us. So, in any way you can support us, that is really welcome. So, this is our break time. I don't know if you have any question on how to improve your retention ability, ability to retain information, your ability to encode information, your ability to store information. These are the three things I promised today. I said we are going to be talking about it, how to encode information the right way, how to store it, and how to retrieve it. I'm not talking about computer storage. There will be a day I'm going to teach that if you want, how to organize your desk, how to organize your software, like your desktop, your laptop, and make it organized so it will be easy for you to access information, because that is where most of us waste our time. When you're looking for the documents, you can no longer find it, you don't know how to trace it, and these all started from the time you were working. There were things that you needed to put in place so you wouldn't struggle at the end. So if you are there, you can join us, you can tap, and at the end, after the little discussion we'll have around productivity, we are going to be giving out a way to improve your memory, an exercise that we can all do. So if you are there, you can tap, invite others, and join us and ask questions in any way you can. You can share the live also. That's something that you can do. So join us and let's discuss how to improve our memory, how to improve our ability to retain information, how to improve our ability to encode information, because that is where it starts. But many people notice that something has gone wrong when they cannot remember what they think they should remember, or when they think, okay, I learned this and now it's time to implement it, it's time for them to write it down. They are struggling. So there are things that must have not been done the right way for you to get to where you are. And again, I want to also talk to students, especially those that their aim is to improve themselves. It's not just to pass the exam, it's not the paper certificate, but to improve their ability to think, to improve their ability to discuss meaningfully, to contribute meaningfully in any discussion that is in their field, to be called expert in their field. So you will be able to discuss meaningfully. So if that is your aim, you can join us here and let's improve our thinking, let's improve our ability to retain information. So we are starting now. I will start with encoding. I'm looking at your journey to memory formation, because your memory is the foundation of your productivity. You need to draw from your memory, from what you've stored, from what you've learned. It's in your memory. So if your memory is strong, then you are on the good foot. You can start where you can do things easily. But if your memory is weak, there is very little you can do, because you keep learning and relearning each day. You find it difficult to learn. It's not only forgetting, because many people, they only notice that something has gone wrong when they cannot remember. So that is forgetting stage, which is at the tail end of it. But many don't remember that something is wrong when they are struggling to learn. If you are struggling to learn, then you know that your memory will also need strengthening. You will need to improve your memory, because if you have a weak memory, it doesn't only affect the ability to retrieve information, it affects your ability to learn. So if you want to learn and learn faster and retain the information, then you need to improve your memory. That is very important. So we are looking at the three stages of your memory formation. We are looking at encoding, at the stage at which you absorb this information, you get the information, you see the information, you read about it, you've listened. So that is the encoding stage. After that, you are expected to hold it up there in your brain. So you will need to keep it in your memory. And your brain will need to be active, your brain will need to be well structured. You will need to. The neurological pathways for your memory information should be strong and strengthened. That is what is expected, so to hold the information. Then you expected to remember it when you need it, so you'll be able to recall what you've read, what you've seen, what you have studied, and you'll be able to retrieve it. So at the retrieving stage, that is where we all know, okay, we did the right thing or we didn't do the right thing. So let's look at the encoding stage. For you to encode information, you look at all the sensories, all the ways that you form your memory. You have the sensory memory, you have the short-term memory, you have the long-term memory. So when you are encoding the information, the attention matters. What do you pay attention to? What you are seeing? Did you revisit it? Did you tell your brain that it is important? Because if your brain notice that the information, whatever you are seeing or learning or hearing, is not important, it's going to sieve it out. And it's a biological system, like I always tell them. It's not like, a human system. We go and appeal, we appeal even when you are wrong, you say you are sorry and all those things. When it comes to genetics, when it comes to biology, when it comes to real life, those things you live with the consequences. So we need to think about how we encode information. If you did not tell your brain, if your brain never noticed that this is important to you, it's going to sieve it off and you're going to forget it. And if you paid little attention to it, it will think, okay, it should be in your working memory, then you just need it maybe in the next 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours to use it, and then it is no longer important to keep it there, leave it there. And then how does all these things happen? How did we get to that stage? One of it is when you did not pay attention. If you did not pay attention, you didn't look back, you didn't think about it anymore, and you did not rest over it, then your brain is going to assume that that information is not important. Like in your sensory memory, you just notice that something was there. You notice that there was a television in the room that you entered. You noticed, and you did not even check, okay, what's the make of this television? Now going towards that is now you paying attention. So you are telling your brain, can you hold this information? But if you just look at it as well, that ends in your sensory memory. So if you are asked maybe in the next 30 minutes, 20 minutes, you can know them. But if they ask deeper questions around it, you see that you don't know anything about that particular object. That is what your sensory memory can hold. Then in your short-term memory, when you pay attention and you just think about it, yeah, it will remain there in your short-term memory, which means you might remember it for a longer time, but not permanent. It's not something that will stay a week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 1 year with you. Then there are things in our memory that even if you want it to go, it won't go. And there are things in our memory you still remember after a year, after 6 months. So what are the differences? Is the attention that you paid to each and every one of them. How did you let your brain know that this is important? And you ask, how do we let our brain know that this is important? One way to let your brain know that this is important is to revisit that information. You will need to revisit it in your brain. Think about it again. Try to remember what you saw. Try to remember what you've read, and you can go further to say it out, saying it. You can go further to try to implement it, like trying to use it for other things and to relate it to things that you already know. Before you know it, your brain will take note and know that yes, this is important. And again, very important to studying is questioning. You need to ask questions around it. Ask, what is in this for me? What is the main message in this? How does it relate to things that I already know? When you ask those questions, your brain will take notes that this is very important and is going to hold on to it. Then, even if it holds on to it, for it to move from the short-term memory to the long-term memory, it takes just more than paying attention. It takes also rest, which is why I say I'm going to be talking about your rest. Your rest is very important. If you are serious about improving your brain, if you are serious about improving your ability to retain information and to remember information and to retrieve it very fast, then don't play with your rest. Don't play with your sleep. Make sure that you sleep enough. Make sure that you rest enough. I'm not saying that you might not have emergency, that you might not work at night, but make sure that that is not a lifestyle. Make sure that you have times that you take out to rest, to sleep. This is because when you are resting, your brain will take the information from your short-term memory to the long-term memory. That is the time you have to process the information. That is the time your brain will be working even without you knowing that yes, your brain is working around that information. It's trying to process it, to know how much attention you pay to it, to know, okay, does it relate to, before you know it, it will keep it well for you. That is why rest is very important. And like I said I'm going to be giving out one memory exercise that we're going to be doing now. So I will give it out now. I want you to do it. I want you to today, this the first exercise now is for you to try as much as possible to memorize at least one number, one important phone number to you. I don't know whose number it is, but I want you to memorize it and try to remember it. And for you to do that effectively, I want you to batch it, which means you can batch it 3334 or maybe 433. So you batch it, which makes it easier for you to remember. I want at the end of the day that you are able to remember it. You are able to remember that number. So try as much as possible to get a new number, a number that you haven't had in your brain before. Just get that new number that's important to you. It might be your own number. And some of us, we don't even know our numbers now because we have a phone that will remind us. We have somewhere that we saved it. We know where to go and get it. But I want you to do that with your brain and allow your brain to struggle to remember it. Because if your brain struggles, that is the exercise that your brain needs to wake up to know that yes, you'll be consulted, yeah, you are needed, and your brain will start working. So try as much as possible to do that within your power. Try to remember those numbers, write it down, say it out, and yeah. The next break will be happening 11:50. Then we continue with our talk and also another exercise. And thank you to everyone that joined. And please remain with us and invite others, especially students. If you have any question around your productivity or how to study or how to improve your memory, please put it in the chat and we'll respond during the break time. So it's our break time now. It's time for us to go on a break. So if you're there with us, well done. We've done two sections already, and we're on the second break now. And it's a time for us to discuss, a time for us to go through the chat. Let me see if there is any um double blast time. Whoa. So you should use it. What is that for? I said double blast time. Let me see what it is. No. Oh, that's it. Okay, I don't know. I don't do games. I don't understand how it works. So for everyone that is here, you join us and let's discuss and talk about our productivity, our memory, how to improve our thinking, how to improve our ability to retain information, to remember things that we ought to remember and not struggle with our memory, and to reduce cognitive decline with age. You know, that happens also. So many people have that decline. It's age related, as some are very sharp and still able to contribute meaningfully to the society even in old age. So it depends on where you want to find yourself, and that is going to determine how you go. Your choice now. If you are still young, will determine how it will go there. So it's good that you keep your brain active. It's good that you uh, keep yourself growing. You don't just because you got, and so many of us will think we've arrived. So it's okay, I finished my degree. That is where I want to end it, and they will stop reading, they will stop learning, and there it ends. And some even after PhD, they are still going on and studying. So that's a choice that you have to make yourself. What do you want? How do you want your life to be? And if your aim is to improve yourself, not just to gain the certificates, not just to have the name, then you need to improve yourself, because there are so many ways people gain certificates these days that are funny. But when you try them out, when it comes to, let's say, when the push comes to shove, you see that, yeah, they are nowhere near what they claim to be. So you don't want to be that. You want to be competent in your field. You want to be confident in presenting and in speaking about what you know. So you join us every day here and improve improve yourself. I don't know why. Is it the network that's doing that? Because I can't really see. Um, yeah, let's see. Let's see something. Let's see something that is going on. So for the test for the memory exercises that we are going to be doing now, I want us to just really do an evaluation of what we did last week. I want us to take through last week and know how much details we remember from last week's activities that we participated in, both the ones that were festive enough for us to put it on the map and in our brain, and those that were very little. Let's just see how much you remember. So you need to do an audit of last week. The last week I'm talking about is not like from Wednesday to Wednesday. I'm talking about from Sunday last week till Saturday of that last week. So let's look at those 7 days. If you still remember, okay, if it was on Sunday, if you're a Christian, did you go to church? You need to ask yourself some questions around what you did last week to know if you remember on Monday. Where were you and what did you do, and what was the emotion, happy, sad, indifferent, stress? So you need to try to remember those days, every of those days, you remember what you did on Sunday, not Sunday just this week. I'm looking, okay, let's not go that far, because if we go that far, so maybe we might miss up Saturday to this Saturday, Friday, Monday to the other Monday. So let's just look at from Wednesday last week till today. So what did you do on Wednesday last week? Where were you and what were you doing? What was the highlight of the day? You need to ask yourself those questions. So many of us will just treat it as if it doesn't matter. But when you put your thought to it, if you put your mind to it, you find out that yes, you might struggle really to remember those things that happened, the things that you did, where you were, and the emotion that you had during those days. And I want you to do that because that is a very good exercise for your brain. It wakes your brain up. It helps your brain to notice that, yeah, you'll be asked to bring it up, and your brain doesn't like the struggle. And anything that will make you struggle very hard is going to pay attention next time. So try as much as possible to think it through. All that you did last week, Wednesday, from morning when you woke up till the evening, what stood out on Wednesday last week, what was the date last Wednesday, today. We know already that today is 24th, so removing 7 from it, you just get what that is. So what was the date? If you are in a place, in a village or wherever, what market did you go to? Where did you shop from? Or whatever you did that Wednesday, can you remember it clearly? So you can just say it to yourself and see if at the end, if you check through your diary or whatever, that will give you a marker to it if you got it right. So on Thursday, what was it like for you? What was the weather like? Because I can still remember that Thursday for us here it wasn't as hot as it is now. It was raining really, and if you were here last Thursday and you joined us, you'll see that it was a very rainy time that last week, and it wasn't that hot. But today, you can see I will still remember today because it's very hot, and this is the first time we're using this fan here because you're not even a fan person, but you see how hot it is. You as if the air is seized somehow. You find it hard to breathe really. So you need the fans. I'll remember it today that on the 24th of June, 2026. Okay, I got this, and that is just how it works here. So you will need to think around what you did during that last week from now till the last Wednesday. What were you doing? What was the emotion? I want you to think in details each day. What stood out? What was the highlight of the day? What did you really achieve throughout that last week? Was there anything that is very specific that would need your celebration? Like I always tell you that you need to celebrate. You don't need to wait forever. So many people keep waiting and waiting till they get everything they need in order to celebrate. No, you might never live without more ones. If this is solved, another one will come up. So whichever milestone, whatever you do, and you are still alive and you are getting a little things done, please celebrate it. So were you able to celebrate anything since last week? That's where's the last week? So think around those things. I want you to sit down, give your mind at least 2 minutes to struggle through those thoughts, to know, okay, I'm sure that this happened on Wednesday, it's not on Friday. I'm sure that this happened on this day and not this other day. So I want you to think through that and give your mind, consult your mind first. And if you are in a situation that you're very forgetful now, whatever you do, you see yourself struggling to remember what happened, struggling to remember the names of the people that introduced themselves, then know that your memory needs strengthening. And importantly, I want you to take note of this because this is very important in this era that we're in. You see, we have so much technology, we have so much help, we have everything that we can ever, that people of in the old, people 50 years ago, people 100 years ago, people even 20 years ago, they can only dream about it, but we have them in our hands. And the purpose of it was to reduce the stress on humans. It was to give us more time to take care of ourselves. But what you see today is that people don't even have time. It is becoming tougher. It is becoming, time and attention is becoming scarce. It is something that we don't even have. Some people can't even sleep. Some people don't even have time to visit families. Some have been separated from their family maybe 10 years, 20 years. Some have been separated from their family 5 years and counting. And they have the phone they can call, but no physical meetings or seeing. So that has been very stressful. So I want you to take note of that as you plan your day. Take note of that as you plan everything, knowing that yes, you don't have much time. So you have to be very deliberate about it. You have to be very intentional about creating time to take care of yourself, because that is the most important thing that you can do, taking care of yourself, so you'll be here to accomplish what you want to accomplish. And don't take it for granted. Your sleep, everything is calling your attention, everything wants you to participate. Every meeting they are looking at, have you contributed, have you done this, and you are feeling very important. Yes, that is very good. But my day, if anything happens, that meeting will continue. If anything happens, whatever you are doing will still continue. So you need to take care of yourself. That is the first step in productivity. That is the first step in you advancing. You need to be here. So take good care of yourself is very important. And I know that there is a lot of stress, whether you want to believe it or not, it is existing and it's real. The stress is real. With all the technologies, we have much more stress. So you will need to be very intentional, knowing when to switch off, when to unplug, when to lie down, when to close your eyes, even though you have what the light and it's looking like the night is looking like day. You need to learn how to take time off to take care of yourself. So we are back to our sprint time. This is 12 p.m. and we are going till 12:50 again. Then we'll talk. If you have anything to ask around. So it's a break time now. This is 12:50. That's the time for us to relax. The time for us to chat. If you have any question on how to improve your productivity, you can just put it there. How to improve your ability to recall information, your ability to remember, then this is the time for you to ask those questions. Like I always say, this is just what I'm going to be doing now, because you don't have to sit for a long time. Make sure to stand and stretch uh, at least, uh, let me say, not more than 3 hours. Don't sit longer than that. Try as much as possible to stand, stretch, walk around, and improve circulation, especially during your break time. If the weather is okay, if the weather permits, try as much as possible to walk around and maybe stretch your body. That's good for you. So that is where I'll be standing now. And maybe I'll need to go get some water later. So, wow, the weather is really hot. In here, even with the fan, it's 30 degrees. So you can imagine. That's the temperature reading there. Is quite warm today. So try as much as possible to stay hydrated. Your hydration is not only for your body. People say, "Oh, if you are hydrated, your body will look so smooth." No, your brain also needs to be hydrated, because when you are thirsty, when you are always dehydrated, it's going to affect your brain, it's going to affect your concentration. So try as much as possible to improve your circulation, improve your hydration, especially during this summertime. This summer is exceptionally hot this year. I don't know why is that way. Maybe it might be the effect of climate change, or maybe I don't know, to get better. So we hope that it gets better. So we are talking about our memory and how to improve our ability to retain more information. Your brain is such a powerful biological machine. It's not just like your laptop. Your laptop, you will need to find where you store it to get it, but your brain will always let you alert you to what you already stored, maybe when you were young, when you see something that looks like it, or you were just passing through a street and you perceive a smell of food that you already know. You will know that yes, this is what they are cooking, even though you haven't tested it for like maybe 5 years, 10 years, you haven't tested it. Once you perceive the smell, you will know that yes, this is this food, or what you already know. So that is how efficient and how powerful your brain is. And I want to remind you of another important thing, that your brain is trainable. Your brain can be retrained. Your brain can learn to learn. Your brain can learn to retain more, but that takes training. It's not always a lost cause unless you have a medical condition that prevents you from learning, that prevents you from keeping information. But if everything is all right, then you can improve your brain. You can improve how much information that you keep. You can improve how much information that you recall. That's something that you can do. So you can retrain it. You can improve it with the exercises that we are doing here. So you reduce how much you forget, and improve your ability to learn new things. And for the exercise, this for this third time, because we've done, I think this is the third section that we've gone through. So remember, we are using the Pomodoro sections. The Pomodoro section that we're using is 50-10. That's 50 minutes of deep work time and 10 minutes of mindful break. So if you are joining us, remember to take break. We take 10 minutes break in every 1 hour. That is how we work. So when you do that, you see that 1 hour will just be flying by, and it won't just fly by. You will see yourself achieving much and accomplishing more tasks, because your brain is now focused on what you're doing. You've taken the break that you needed. So remember that we take 50-10 for hours. I don't know what works for you. And if you are doing, maybe you can start try 25-5. That's 25 minutes of deep work time and 5 minutes of mindful break. Or you can try 30-10. Some can, I used to do also 60-10. But I think this even for the convenience of counting it and maybe setting the clock and all those, is very convenient for me. 50-10. So 50-10, as it, in every 1 hour I'll take 10 minutes of break, and I don't take that break lightly. It is part of me improving my productivity. Today I'm working on should I say, is a creative art, a creative book that I wrote already. So I'm trying to um, edit it. I'm editing the final editing and to send it to the people that will read it, to the beta reader. So I'm doing a major upgrade of it. So it's something that I need all the concentration, all the focus and attention that I need to pay to it, because any mistake at this point, because the art is already drawn for every page that was produced, is a lot of money. So I don't need to waste it. I don't want it redrawn. I don't want to um trouble the artist. He has done more than a year work. He started February last year, and this is June that we are in this year. So it's more than a year work he has put into draw those things. So it doesn't need to be wasted. I'll have to give it my utmost, and I will, should I say, I crave your support in this too. So let's just look at the exercise that we have to do now to improve our thinking. If you have found yourself being so forgetful these days, when you go out, you're asking yourself, why was I even here? There is something that I think I'm forgetting. And it is becoming often, it's becoming very frequent, then you will know that you need to strengthen your memory. And that is something that you can still do. It's not a lost cause, it's not something that is permanent. It's just that we have so much dependence on external support, on external memory, on the things like our phones, like our desktop. If you have all those OneNotes, and you know how fantastic these technologies are now, you can just have one thing in every computer. You can sign into another person's computer just with your password and everything, and you have everything that you have been working on. You have everything that you stored for so many years. So that is how easy it is. So it is giving our brain so much break that we think that yes, it's time for us to relax. And now when we need it, we start struggling. This is not just because you are not able to store or remember those things. That affects also your ability to learn new things. So that is how important it is for you to wake up your memory. So for the test that you're going to be doing now, I want you to recall, this is just within today. We are testing our attention, to test how we pay attention to things. We want to test our ability to remember things that just happened, things that should be in a short-term memory. I want you to remember, what time did you wake up this morning? If you've had your breakfast, what did you eat? If you have met people, who and who did you meet? Can you remember the words, exactly the way it was said to those people, to you? And the encounter, especially the emotion that you had during that time. From the time you woke up, if you woke up 6 till now, I want you to audit this time hourly, and let's see if you remember the things that you did. It might sound, oh, it's quite easy, I can do it. Let's start doing it. I want you to start doing it wherever you are now. So that will test your memory, ability to pay attention. That will test your short-term memory. And remember that if you did not even pick it up in your short-term memory, it's hard for you to put it in your, it's almost impossible to put it in your long-term memory. So we are just trying out what we did today, just today, from the time we woke up till now. This is UK time. This is 2 minutes to 1. So you look at it from the time you woke up till now. What have you been doing? What have you done? Who and who have you met? Did you meet any new person? Did you have any meeting? For each hour that you spent, I want you to evaluate it to see how much you remember, how much details you remember. If you are struggling to remember it, that is still okay. It's not. There is nothing that it's not all wrong. What you are doing is to give your brain the time to struggle, give your brain the time to think through things. That is what matters. So I want you to think through and give your brain the time to struggle. Remember, if you struggle, if your brain struggle, it's going to keep it. It will help you to pay attention the next time you wake up. It will let you know, okay, now I'm awake. So what am I doing now? Will I be able to remember this when it's evening? So wake your brain up and consult yourself. Try as much as possible to consult yourself each time, especially in little things. If you want to remember maybe somebody's birthday, think through and see if you can remember it without going through the diary, without going through your phone. If you are struggling to spell a word, so try as much as possible to see if you can bring it out from your brain. If you can pull it out, then you will keep it. That means that it is there. And if you can't, try as much as possible to see if you can use your pen, your paper, and do it. And if you fail in all this, it's not bad. You have given your brain the exercises it needs. All you have to do is to go to Google, go to wherever you are going to find the answer and learn it. Make sure that you learn it each time. Don't keep going back and back to learn each time. That is a waste of time and it's not helping your memory. It's fragmenting your memory. It's telling you that, oh, you can always find it. You don't need to keep it. But your brain needs to be active. It needs to remember things to be able to learn new things. That is how it works. So we are going back to our deep work time. This is 1 p.m. The next break will be happening 1:50 p.m. today. So I want you to stay with us and let's work. If you are in a hot environment like we are in now, please remember to take enough water, drink water, be hydrated, and stay safe. Please make sure that you are not under the sun, that it will in a way that it will harm you. So try as much as possible to take care of yourself. Okay, this is our break time, and for those that are working with us, you can go on your break and please relax and make sure that you have enough water to drink. Water is very important. I don't know whatever they saw on TikTok. I didn't want to be pissed off with whatever the report is saying. So I had to end that life and start another one. I don't know where they saw the substance or the drug or the whatever they saw that was the harmful circumstance substance that was being displayed on this life. I don't know where the robot saw it from, but notwithstanding, that's a bygone. That's a little thing that I don't want to get annoyed over. And this is our break time, so I want you to take your break and please take it serious. Make sure that you enjoy your break. Make sure that you are relaxed and refill your cup of water if you are having water or you have a juice to drink. Stay hydrated. Do not allow yourself to be thirsty. It's too hot this time. The weather is not as cold as it used to be. I know when it's cold we are complaining, when it's hot we are complaining. I don't know, but that is human, and yeah, we want a comfortable environment. And here we are with this hot weather. What has it got? In Turkey still at 30 degrees within this room. I know it's far more than that outside. So uh, it's a very good time. It's dry. It's time for you to also look around. If you have been using the screen, I want you to look forward. I want you to stretch yourself. If you have been sitting for more than 3 hours, make sure that you stand and walk around, stretch, and maybe look further ahead. If your window is open, look through the window to see how far you can see. That is very important. You need to adjust your sight. You need to adjust your eyes. If it is very important to you, take it off the screen intermittently and just look through, see how far you can see. That's adjust your focus. That's very good for you. And we were talking about our memory and how to improve our memory. Before these people started their interference, that is not the only platform where this is being aired, so it's quite recorded. It's not something that somebody is hiding. How can you be taking substance when you are reading or doing something this serious and important? So it can be annoying, but yeah, let's just leave it at that. For our memory exercise, I want us to take it serious and also look through our memory to see how good our memory is. How much do you still remember of the things that you did maybe last week, a month ago? How well can you repeat what you have been taught? Can you teach it to another person? Can you record the faces of those that you met in a meeting? Can you remember them? And can you remember the names of those that you met in a meeting? Those are very, very important. Maybe you went to a pub and you saw things that are interesting. Can you still remember much details about it? That is very, very important that you check in on yourself and see how dependent you are on your phone. How fast do you reach out for your phone when you are looking for answers? Maybe you are trying to spell a name, you are trying to spell a word that is becoming very difficult for you to remember. How fast do you go to your phone? Or do you wait and give your brain the time to struggle through to see if it can bring it out? Those are very important. So those are distinctions for you to make, to know if your brain, if you're now very dependent on external help, on external memory, or you are still depending on yourself. Remember that your brain is the foundation of your productivity. You will need to have a good memory. You will need to have a working memory. You will need to have the one that is intact, that is fast enough to retrieve information when you want it, store much information, and bring it out when you want it. So for you to achieve that, you need to work on it yourself. You need to put a little effort in exercising your brain each time. So even researchers, this is not just for those that studying, those that are students, those that are in secondary school, in the university. It's also for lifelong learners. It's also for even teachers, for professors. You will need to be active. You need to stay sharp even in old age. So to avoid cognitive decline, it's very important that you exercise your brain, that you try to recall, you try to retrieve information from your brain, you try to remember the things that you did, you try to remember the emotions attached to the things that you saw maybe an hour ago, a week ago, a month ago. If I ask things about a month, you see how much you've forgotten. Remember that whatever you do not revisit, your brain will think is not very important and will sieve it out. So that is why you see yourself forgetting things. Sometimes if you did not revisit it or revise it, you will see yourself forgetting up to 70% of that. So if you want to improve improve your memory, there is need for you to pay attention to you pay attention to things that matter, pay attention to things that you have seen. After you have gone through the day, you come back in the evening, you think through it to know how much you remember, how much details you are still retaining. So we are going to be doing an exercise, and it's something that is very fun. So if you've been joining us, this is another exercise that you can also do and improve your memory. And remember that in this space, we are not giving you very difficult exercises. They are not like you must solve a puzzle. If you look up, I think, I don't know if you see them, that depends on the platform you're watching from. If you look up above in my shelf, you see loads and loads of jigsaw puzzles, word search and all those. I do that even as a researcher. Even whatever you think you are, you will need to. Sometimes you do the chess, you do all those things that helps you, that prompts you to think, that will wake your brain up to think. And those are the things. It takes time, sometimes 1 hour, 2 hours, sometimes it takes days to do the 1,000 pieces and all those. So that is not what we are going to do in this space. We do very simple exercises that are very efficient. They are very efficient in waking up your brain. They are very efficient in keeping you intact, keeping your memory intact. When you have a good memory, you will enjoy it because you easily remember what you learn, you easily remember what you've seen, and you easily learn new things. That is how good memory helps. So you don't waste your time trying to learn and relearn. You don't waste your time trying to Google and re-Google. You go back to Google, how is this done? Google, what is this? But once you have a good memory, you see that you learn easier because now your memory pathway is well developed, is strengthened, you can think deeply. It's not like you just keep going without thinking. So now you will think deeply. So that will help you to even question some things around you, question some of the answers that you get automatically from wherever they bring it out from. You can ask questions around it. It's very important. So this exercise that you are going to be doing now, I want you to just pick, look through your house and say, okay, this is where I live. What do you think is running out? Maybe from your groceries to your personal things that you want to buy. I want you to remember them without going to your cupboard, without going to the wardrobe, and remember them and list them. And if you can list them in the order at which they will run out, so when you go home you can go back to that place and check and see if you made a mistake, if you missed any. So take your time. You can take up to 2 minutes to think through it. You can take a minute to think through it. Do you still have your oil? Do you still have what is running out? The soap? Are you running out of whatever? So just make that your list. And after making your list, so the next thing you will do, I will tell you when you make this list and you confirm. So tomorrow I'll tell you what to do with that list, and you'll see how important it is for you to pay attention. Attention is the currency of this age, whether you like it or not. Whatever platform you are in, whatever app you have downloaded on your phone, they are all looking for your attention. It might seem as if everything is free. Now you can watch this free, you can ask this question free. No, my dear, you are paying, and what you're paying is called attention. You are paying attention. Attention is the most scarce commodity in this era. So manage it well. That is your currency. That is your power. Manage it well and make sure that you pay attention to things that matters to you, not just everything that comes your way, because they have all been too fanciful. I mean, too fanciful to the extent that you can't even sleep. You need to go and check so you don't miss out on the things that are happening in that space. That's how bad it has become. Even in academic forums like LinkedIn and all those, they will always send you notification. You don't need to remember them. They will remember you. They will remind you to check on them. So that is how it has become. So they are all calling for your attention, and you are just one human being. So when they talk about this attention deficit and these people are no longer having good attention, no, the environment changed. The things that are looking for our attention changed, and those things are also, so our brain is readjusting, it keeps readjusting, and the speed at which this change is happening is very, very fast. So you see your brain trying to get a grip of it, and those things they add to stress. Yeah, you might think, oh, they are there, they will remind me this. Okay, I can get this app to remind me this app to remind me of that. My dear, those things are all your attention being divided, and once you keep scrolling and keep going on, you are teaching your brain not to pay attention. to things that matter. So that is how you get that fragmentation. You are trying to think deep. No, you are not. You are not getting it. And some people, it might be medical condition, but most times in this age, they are things that we have taught our brain through what we engage with, and there is no way of avoiding this. But you can be intentional about what you use. You can be intentional about when to switch off, when to unplug, when to sleep. Be intentional about it and stick to it. They are not there to control you. Don't allow these technologies, these apps, whatever they are called, to control you. Because once you give them control, if you can't control yourself, everything around you might want to control you. And when they start controlling you, they'll be dragging you from every corner. That is how you see yourself not being productive. So this is 2 p.m. And remember that today I promised that we're ending 3 p.m. So this should be the last section for today. If you are with us, please, let's reduce every distraction, and that includes every notification. And let me just say one thing for those that think, okay, I should promote this, I should promote. If I'm not adding value, if you're not adding value, you promoting it doesn't add value to it. If maybe what you are looking for is visibility and you're adding value, that is okay. You can go through that. But if you think, oh, they will come and say, if they don't like it, they don't like it. It's just the way it is. So let's support those that are doing things that are very meaningful. Is important that we support things that matters, that you pay attention. You are paying, that's the currency. You pay attention to things that matter. So let's go back and see how much you achieved before it's 3, and by 3 we'll be wrapping up. So thank you for being there and for your support. Yeah, so we've come to the end of today's study workspace. Like I said it earlier, to end by 3 today, so I'm ending it now, and tomorrow I'll be earning it again. I'll be here from 10 to 4 if the weather improves. If it doesn't, maybe I'll end early, especially those that are on TikTok. Maybe I don't know, but I will have to really consider if I should continue there, because um, this robot interference and restrictions that's very, very unnecessary, something that's annoying. So I'll end it now. Bye.